I'm ready to start. Yeah, webcam stream. Hello. I thought I would do a little change of pace and I would do a webcam stream because I look okay. I mean, usually I look a bit better. I've been a bit iffy lately. All's well. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a little bit of art. And yeah, let me know there we go. Cool. So, I am doing concept art for my game, Blade Ferret. So, Blade Ferret... Oh, sorry, excuse me. So Blade Ferret is the game I'm working on, solo project at the moment. Inspired by games like Sonic Adventure, Jack and Daxter, Spike Cooper, action games, not so much, but there's a tiny bit of influence of, stuff like, I guess this is less of a game, more of an anime, so it's like Edge Runners, bit of influence of Kill la Kill, the usual studio trigger things. So today I was just going to do, this evening rather, I was going to do some more concept art for one of the supporting characters, Muireann, who has an Irish spelling of that name. The reason I chose to do sort of an Irish name is to sort of trip up any sort of AI slop, like analysis videos or whatever. So they probably pronounce it completely incorrectly, so then you'd be like, aha, fucking gotcha. Also listening to Sonic and Black Knight still in the background, because that soundtrack is banger. Also, I'm reclaiming this because right-wingers don't deserve this symbol. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. This is Muireann. She's a tech gal. She's butch. She's lesbian, and she makes cool devices. And she also wants to help Ben dethrone the king, and stop the king and the army from completely destroying the world by draining all resources from the planet's core. Very much okay, here's another influence, Final Fantasy VII, there we go, I said it. But also, unfortunately, the real world. Anyway, here's my champion. It's just to make sure people on Blue Sky know that I'm live right now. Let's skip ahead to a level theme. Right. So, Muireann. I decided I'm not sure if I want to give these abilities to Ben as well. Well, not the wrench one, the wrench boomerang device. But the flash kick sort of ability. Closest comparison I can think of is like the flash kick move that's in Sonic Lost World for the 3DS, where essentially Sonic does like a backflip in the air and then like a crescent-shaped like projectile shoots out and stuns enemies. Basically repurposing a cool mechanic from a mediocre game. Said what I said. And how it shoots out this device is kind of like, it's dark, like as it shoots out, when it shoots out it's a fireball that quickly spreads into this crescent shape. So I think that would be pretty neat. And would make sense given the device would shoot laser out, like out of this small tube, then it goes into the crescent shape. Anyway, I'm kind of waffling on, so sure what else I've been doing. So this was a bit of concept art for the first area of the game. Hi Tay, how you doing? I was just showing what I did recently and what I'm going to be working on today. Muireann is the character concept art I'm drawing a bit more of today. Music is very loud compared to your audio. Okay. Okay. How's that sounding? I turned it down a bit. Might turn it down a tiny bit more. Okay. Much better. Cool. Anyway, so, as I was saying, Muireann is a support character, tech kind of gal, butch lesbian. Thank you. Yeah, butch lesbian. She creates a lot of gadgets that are kind of like neat, but also some that are very useful for, you know, fighting off the fascist like kingdom, and helping then overthrow the king and stopping the whole kingdom from like draining the Earth's core of resources. So in other words, Final Fantasy VII, but with furries, and it also plays like Sonic and Sly Cooper. And then as I was showing just as you arrived, kind of concept art for the first area of the game. This isn't the first time I've drawn this concept art, this is just more a solidified idea of what I want to go for. It doesn't need to be perfect concept art, it just needs to get the point across of what I want to do. Yeah, it is the perfect game concept, it is, yeah. So, yeah, I just love it when games have these like big, like abstract monuments in the distance. And given sort of the game's world is kind of like this planet's core is like powered by like this crystal technology. Well, it's not technology, it's a crystal resource, which I'm temporarily calling Burgundy Reserve. Yeah, Burgundy Reserve was the name of the resource. And that's what the planet's core is. The planet's core sheds Burgundy Reserve. And that's where you get sort of like these pockets, like sticking out of, like these little pockets of crystal sticking out of like, you know, rock and all that. And like there'd be large-scale mining operations.
Bloops is now following.
Hey Bloops, how you doing? I was just going through this little concept I did for an it's the second attempt at this concept. I'll bring up the first version. Give me a sec. Concept art. Yeah, this is the first concept art I did for Remnant Valley. This was just like a smudgy paint over of like an actual photo of like the Lake District. Oh, this song's a banger. Sorry. And I was sort of like getting an idea of what I wanted these like faraway monuments to look like. This would be like, I guess this was when I had a more open worldy idea in mind, but obviously I'm stepping back from that. This sort of idea for a big tower that's powered by a crystal, rather than being like one of those Ubisoft open world towers, it's just going to be more main tower in a small hub area that will be the host to where the boss gate entrance is. And then that will... sorry, I just had a brain blank there. That will be then sort of the tower that is obviously powering a resource being used and manipulated by like the kingdom, and obviously you want to shut that down and, you know, stop the kingdom from doing ecological warfare. And I had this idea for, like, they're not fireflies, but rather just little balls of energy, just sort of floating out, like, I guess if you look at how my mouse is moving, kind of like this. I think that would be a pretty cool effect, but I imagine it might get a bit noisy if done too much, so I don't know. It'd be neat. But then there's a more recent version of this sort of concept I did, Remnant Valley, which is a bit more simplified. Ah, damn. Oh, I did all this explaining and you weren't able to see it. Oh. So yeah, Remnant Valley, this is your level 1, your Green Hill, your Dragon Valley from Freedom Planet. Yeah. And if you need me to run through anything, again, because you had your internet issues, then, you know, just let me know. Green Hill is looking a lot more like Rock Hill right now. So true. So true. Yeah. And then, I think you missed this, but I am working on this concept today. One of the support characters, Muireann, who I gave a name to trip up AI slop bots. Muireann is a tech gal. She's a butch lesbian, and she very much wants to help Ven in overthrowing the fascist kingdom and stopping them from destroying the planet's core for resources. So, also, by the way, if I'm adjusting my chair, it's because this chair's terrible. It keeps sinking down. So yeah, I'm going to be doing this today. So I am going to be polishing this concept art. Because right now it's just... Could a furry girl and a grok boy really be friends? Unfortunately not. I would kick the grok boy in the dick and I'd go back into him. But you didn't hear that from me. What am I talking about? Cold. Yeah, I know, it's pretty cold outside today. This doesn't make sense from a perspective. Hang on. My sketches are very messy, so please do bear with me. Oh, this song's a banger. Just making some of my details more clear for when I do the line art at some point. probably make it clear what this thing is here. So I'm just gonna bullshit a design real quick. Hang on. You mean to tell me you aren't an anthropomorphic cat IRL? I know, I'm so sorry. Also, hello. How are you doing? Boopity boopity boo. Good, got back from work. Hope all was good. That's good to hear. Well, that you got back from work. If you didn't get back from work, that would be worrying. One day the cat HRT will be real. Yeah. I think it's pronounced. If this game has polygons, I swear to God, game of the year. I got good news for you. I got really good news. I got really, really, really good news for you. Jeff is shaking and quivering and throwing up right now. Honestly, even if Blade Ferret turns out to be a janky mess, because I'm more of an artist, Blade Ferret will still be better than 90% of what's nominated at the Game Awards. That's my hot take. Maybe that's me being a bit narcissistic or a bit hopeful, but you can aim higher. Oh yeah, true. My game, Blade Ferret, will be better than Donkey Kong Bonanza. My game, Blade Ferret, will be better than Mario 64 and Crash Bandicoot and Sly Cooper and Jak and Daxter and Spyro and insert early 2000s, late 90s platformer here. Blade Ferret will be the game of the century. I can guarantee that. And if I'm wrong, you can give me free GRS. But will it be better than Jumping Flash? Okay, that I think is a bit too high of a target. That's a bit too high of a target. Yeah, Blade Ferret's gonna be game of the century. Because video games have only ever existed for a century. Therefore, game of the century. Looking forward to trying it, especially since it's based on SO1's Move It and IMO. That's still the best series. Yes, I do agree with you. As much as I love Sonic Adventure 2, I still think that Sonic Adventure 1 is that much better. I genuinely think that Sonic Adventure 2, whilst it has its ups, whilst Sonic Adventure 2 has its ups, so Sonic Adventure 1 felt like, even though it was the beginning of the modern era, at the same time it feels like the final true classic Sonic game, if that makes sense at all. Because obviously the game started development as a classic Sonic game. Like, it had all the element, like the vibe in those concept arts that they did. Sonic Adventure 1 is so long. Sonic Adventure 1 can be very short if you know what you're doing. All I'm going to say, people get tripped up by Big the Cat a lot. I'm just going to say this: wiggle the analog stick. You will thank me later. Wiggle the analog stick. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, when I was a kid, I got stuck on Big the Cat story because I did not read the instructions because I was an impatient child. And then I realized a while later, oh my god, all I had to do was wiggle the analog stick to, you know, actually get something. Can't spin dash over Sonic Adventure 2 stages. Yeah, it's not Peak. Peak lets you skip tons of levels by mashing the X button. Everybody knows Sonic Jam's Sonic World is the best 3D Sonic game to go. Peak opinion. It is the prototype for Sonic Adventure though. So Sonic Adventure shares blood with Sonic Jam. Consider this. My granddad had to do big stages for me as a kid. Yeah. They should have had Dreamcast fishing rod support. Granddad! Flintstones! No! Granddad! Granddad! Sorry, I fucking love Granddad. But yeah, as I was saying, like, Sonic Adventure 1, despite being the first modern game, feels like the last true classic Sonic game before Mania. But Mania's more of like not worked on by the original Sonic team. It was obviously fan effort, so I don't think that really counts to the point we're trying to make. Like, it was Sonic Adventure was the last game Naoto Oshima worked on, if I'm not mistaken. Well, last Sonic game, obviously he worked on other things like Link's the Time Sweeper, Blue Dragoon, a couple of okay at best to downright awful Yoshi games. Sorry, not sorry. Balan Wonderworld, but that's mostly Yuji Naka's fault. Sonic Adventure was the last game. Oh yeah, no other video game has released since Sonic Adventure. And like Sonic Blade Ferret is going to be the first video game since 1998. Yeah, what the fuck is Undertale? I think people just imagined it. The final game before Yuji Naka went to jail forever. Shaking my head. He's not in jail forever, unfortunately. He's, I think he's on probation? Like an extended probation, if I'm not mistaken. Like, as funny as all the Yuji Naka goes to jail jokes are, I think the joke only really exists because of the absurdity of Yuji Naka being behind bars. When really, he's just getting like an extended probation. Oh, so true. Granted, I will defend the Wii version of Rodeo the Sky Soldier because Kadokawa Games fucked up the Wii U and 3DS versions. The Wii version of that game is still pretty good. Yeah, Yuji Naka's weird. I don't completely hate the guy. I think he's just a bit strange. Is that the game that the Wii U version comes with? Wii one? Yes, I actually have a copy of that. I got a copy of it for £8, and I only bought it on the condition that it came with the Wii disc. Because honestly, there would be no reason to buy the game if it didn't come with the Wii version. You buy a shit game? No, you buy a Wii game and it comes with a shit Wii U game. I did see somebody say Knights is technically the second Sonic theme game since Sonic 1 teams that. I see the argument, but also all of Sonic Team, like Sonic Team's members, like the people who make up Sonic Team, worked on Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic CD, even if they weren't working on those games all together. Saw it in CX for 100 the other day. What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean £100? I bought it for £8 in 2022. What? No, hang on, sorry, I'm meant to be drawing, but like, now you've got me curious. What do you mean Rodea the Sky Soldier is fucking... Hang on. That can't be right. There we go. Rodea... Right, that's the 3DS version. Okay, so it's saying Rodea the Sky Soldier in brackets 1 disc. So 1 disc is £12. So my assumption is now that the Wii version included is now upping it. Which, first of all, what the fuck? Secondly, what the fuck? Third of all, what the fuck? Sonic Shuffle is 135 with the manual on CX. God. I was even back in 2013, the only way I was able to get that game, Sonic Shuffle, was to get the Japanese version and then get a, like one of those action replay things that bypass region encoding on the Dreamcast to play that game. And I couldn't even play it properly because it wasn't even in English. Well, some of it was in English. Things like instructions for the mini-games weren't, which was annoying. A really cool local game store who keeps cutting the prices in half whenever I go, and I'm like, dude, let me pay you. On one hand, yeah, it's good to support your local game store. On the other hand, they're offering you a price cut. Take it, Bloops. Bloops, take the price cut. Take what you can get. I have the English version, but no manual. Certainly one day. Well, I mean, the manual only really matters if you're like a dedicated collector. Like, if you just want to own the game, like a physical copy, and, you know, be able to have that out, like, I'd say that's fine. Okay, but they gave me 75 quid worth of games for £20 the other day. So are you like best friends with the store owner? Is that why you're getting these like crazy ass discounts? And if so, can I make a request after the stream? One of these days I need to bite the bullet and buy a copy of Klonoa 1. If you wanted it for a reasonable price, then I think that ship has sailed. I think so, but he didn't know my name until last week. That's interesting. Okay, well, next time you go in there, could you take some photos of their stock for me? I'm a collector. One day I'll find a 32X and Knuckles Chaotix. Yeah, I missed the ship on that one, unfortunately. Because like when I was 12, I made it my goal to get every Sega console. And I got most of them. When I say every Sega console, I don't mean every single variation of like the Saturn, like the Victor Saturn or whatever it was called, or, you know, the Victor Mega CD that was like both consoles combined in one. I just meant like at least one Mega Drive, one Saturn, one Master System, one Dreamcast, the CD add-on Game Gear. But I never got a 32X, and I'm kind of kicking myself over it. Because back in like 2012, it was like 100 or so. Now it's even more. Or that price if it's in terrible condition. Yeah, 32X is so overpriced now. I'm trying to collect every Sega system other than the Master System, just to be confusing and weird. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hang on, I missed a few messages. Let me... okay. Shout out to Vintage Gamer and Hillzone. I'll have to check them out. I only eat bread for a year, but I'll have it. Fair enough. Right. What was I going to do? Oh yes, I was going to keep polishing up the sketch. Sad I didn't have the money. I'm unemployed, so, like, I'm, like, double I don't have the money. And I'm, like, because of my situation, I can't claim benefits, because, like, I've got parents helping me out financially, but it's, like, it's not enough that I can indulge in things. It's more towards, like, food and bills. Like, yeah, I'll pick up, you know, cheap games on the fly, and obviously Beyblade, since that's my hobby, but, like, not to the same extent that someone with a job might be able to. Yeah, double no money. It sucks. But I'm thankful that I'm still getting at least something every week. And besides, like, okay, Sophie living the no games, no bacon lifestyle. Yeah, I mean, I spent most of my savings on this girl, and a couple years ago spent most of the savings I had at the time on this girl. Well, previously boy, now girl. All I did was give her eyelashes. Honestly, I don't really find myself wanting super rare games as often as I do, only if they really mean something to me. Like, for example, Sonic Adventure 2 Limited Edition from Japan, which I managed to snag for £50 in the pandemic. Then I checked the prices recently, and I'm holding on to that for the rest of my life. Yeah. Together we might be able to afford a Tesco meal deal. Just barely. Yeah, like, I would love a copy of Klonoa Daughter Phantomile. I know I'll never own one for a reasonable price in my life. But I managed to snag Klonoa 2 back in 2018 in really good condition with the manual for like £20, I think. And my copy of Klonoa Beach Volleyball is disc only, in a blank DVD case. But, like, I'm glad to have the game and not pay upwards of hundreds just to own a kind of average at best fucking volleyball game for the PS1. Klonoa 2 is pretty affordable. I haven't checked the prices recently, but I imagine it's gone up since 2018, quite noticeably. Probably due in part to the Klonoa Fantasy Reverie collection being kind of alright. Like, here's the thing. Some GameCube games have gone down in price after they've gone and being added to the NSO service, or when they get like a proper remaster or remake like Thousand Year Door. Must disappear now. Take care. Thanks for stopping by, Bloops. We'll chat later on Discord. It's nice to see you here again. So yeah, as I was saying, like some games do get price cuts when... Sorry, my webcam's glitching out. Some games get price cuts when the remasters come out. Wish remasters include the original game too. Love that Knights remastered that. Yeah, I like that as well. It wasn't 100% faithful. I don't think it was emulated, obviously, but it was like the best they could recreate it to. What was it? Panzer Dragoon Auto did that as well, with the original Panzer Dragoon on the disc. It obviously remade, well, technically remake for the Xbox, but keeping the Saturn art style. And I thought that was pretty cool, but it required you to, I think, beat the game 100% it or something to unlock, which is a shame. Anyway, yeah, back to what I was trying to say. Like, some games, the moment they get remasters, the prices go down quite a bit. Or maybe not by that much, but noticeable that they weren't as much as they used to be. Then there are games where they get remasters, but said remasters are kind of blech, or they're okay at best, but don't really shine a candle to the original versions. I mean, take for example Sonic Colors Ultimate. Awful remaster. Technically a remake, given they ported the entire game to Godot. An engine not properly, at the time, not properly compatible with consoles. So I'm going to go back to CX website real quick. What was it? Sonic Colors. Okay, I stand corrected, never mind. Okay, the Wii version goes for about £4, but the DS version goes for about 10. And then Colors Ultimate, £10 on Xbox, £12 on PS4, £20 on Switch, despite the fact that the Switch version is the worst. I will never understand that. Let me go back to a more relevant example. Klonoa, right. Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series for the PS5, £12, £20 on Switch, £10 on Xbox, £12 on PS4. Oh my god. Sorry, I was just looking at some of the prices of other Klonoa games and I am shooketh. I'm sorry, what do you mean Empire of Dreams is £50? I bought that for way less during the pandemic. Sorry, I'm baffled. Okay, interestingly enough, Klonoa 2, Lunity's Veil, is still £20, but it doesn't say what quality it comes in. I can't assume that's with the manual. Good old Nintendo tax, yeah. Yeah, Nintendo tax is ridiculous. You're basically paying double for sometimes worse ports of games. Fantasy Reverie is really solid, but Klonoa 1's PS1 style fits perfectly. Here's what I really hope they do. So, Ridge Racer recently got the PS1 classics re-release on the PS5 and PS4, despite the fact that the Arcade Archives version exists. So I was thinking maybe they could do the same treatment for Duel to Phantom, despite Fantasy Reverie series being on there already. they also re-release the PS1 version of Lord Phantomar, because then they can not only do a proper like PAL and NTSC re-release, because annoyingly when they re-released Lord Phantomar on the PS3, PS1 Classics, they uploaded the NTSC version of the game, which if you're playing it on a PSP or a PS Vita, that's fine. You won't experience any issues. But if you have a PAL PS3, yeah, like as you mentioned, yeah, the game runs at like I think it's like 80% speed. It was so frustrating. And literally, it was like I had to dust off my Vita in order to play it properly. It was so annoying. But literally, I hope they do re-release it on PS5 with both versions. And also, given I own it on my PlayStation account, then I don't need to pay for it again. Because if you've bought the PS3 versions, you get the PS4 and PS5 versions for free. And then they realised people could get these for cheaper on the PS3 store, so then they delisted each game that got a PS5 and PS4 release, which was a very Sony move. I'm trying to think, what other game would I want on the PS? I mean, the obvious ones would obviously be having the choice between the Crash, you know, Insane Trilogy or the PS1 originals. I think they should just make the PS1 originals available, just to give people the option, because either way they'll still be making money. Though on the other hand, it's owned by Activision Blizzard, which is owned by Microsoft, who are currently under the BDS boycott, so I wouldn't be able to buy, but hypothetically, if there was no boycott going on, then like, yeah, I would love it if they would re-release the PS1 versions as an alternative. YouTube's done that annoying thing where it pauses music when you don't look at it for a while. But yeah, I think they should make more PS1 versions of games available, even if said games have already received remasters or remakes. I'm gonna be yelling till the end of time until we get a re-release of Mega Man Legends. Yeah, they need to get on that. Same with Tron Bonne, the Tron Bonne game. I think it's stupid that those games haven't been re-released yet. I imagine they're going to be the next Mega Man collection that Capcom does, because they've been doing a lot of the spin-off games as collections lately, which I think is really cool. And I hope they continue to do that. Is this a con you're drawing, or is it for Blade Ferret? Well, first of all, hi, welcome on in. It's nice to see you again after a long while. Secondly, this is for Blade Ferret. This is a supporting character, a tech gal. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, MGS3. Dev stream, yeah, more concept art, but still related to the dev process. Also, yeah, MGS3. Yeah, I think Yeah, they kind of botched that port for the what was it, the MGS Legacy Collection, was it called? Like, they botched that port real bad. There's nothing left Mega Man wise besides Legends, unless they give us the Game Boy Color games and Soccer. I would laugh if they made a dedicated re-release of like Mega Man Soccer. Though I feel that's more of a Nintendo Switch Online app kind of edition they'd do. Same with the Game Boy Mega Man games. I don't think there's any demand for that, so if anything, they'll probably license them for the NSO app. Nintendo will literally attain the license to any Game Boy game if it means paying cheaper license fees. To be fair, Game Boy 5 is the only good one. I have not played any of the Game Boy ones. All I know is that they are very watered down, not great. And I imagine it's the same for that one Game Gear Mega Man game. Mega Man X RPG game for the GameCube. I've never heard of this one. Command Mission. Yeah, I've never heard of that one before. I mean, I'm a more of a casual observer of Mega Man than anything. I enjoy the X games. They're awesome. Hell yeah, robots cool. Yeah, I know. The only reason I have this Red Bull is because the Poundland near me is going out of business in a couple days, and they were like getting rid of stuff. So I was like, see what they have. One of the only drinks they had left was like either a really dodgy looking can of Coke or Red Bull Zero, and I'm like, all right, I'll take a Red Bull Zero. To be honest, my sleep schedule's already ruined. There is no point of return. Yeah, let me just layer that hair real quick. Ah yes, the theme song, but with MIDI instruments. Has anyone here played Phantasy Star Online 2? Has Sonic collabs? So I did try Phantasy Star Online 2 and New Genesis, but I don't know, I think MMOs just don't really click for me the same way they do for other people. I'm kind of, when it comes to multiplayer, I'm much more of a fan of PvP than I am like MMO guilds and all that, because I don't know, I think my brain is, it's just the kind of like organizing with friends kind of thing. Like, unless you already have the friend group who's playing, it's kind of hard to organize that kind of thing, personally speaking. And playing it by myself just feels a bit like I could be having a much more fun time if I'm playing with someone, but that relies on me organizing with friends, or dare I say, talking to strangers on the internet. Nah, I'm kidding. I talk to strangers all the time. I wanted to early on before they looked like by that time. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I think Sega kind of made the mistake of not localizing it sooner, because kind of like that just allowed Square Enix and literally every other JRPG, but not JRPG, but just every other MMO to like eat their lunch. Yeah, I really do like Phantasy Star. Just the whole franchise, not just online, just like aesthetically. I think the aesthetic of like sci-fi medieval is really cool. And I'm not leveraging that specifically for Blade Ferret, but just the sci-fi medieval thing. I've always thought that concept's really cool, and I wanted to leverage that for Blade Ferret as well. Oh yeah, speaking of which, this character here is kind of like, her design is kind of like a blacksmith, but like a bit more modern. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then like the GameCube version lets you get a Tails Chow, which I think is really cool. Except for the fact they're locking a cool Chow behind another game. Every time I play Solo 2. Yeah, I get you there. God, how many versions of Night of the Wind does this soundtrack have? Music that plays when I slay the king of not England. Yeah, I'm gonna skip because we don't need to hear Night of the Wind several times. Right. Hoping Crush 40 situation is over. Yeah, actually, I think someone reached out to Johnny Gioeli to check what the situation was. And apparently he's worked things out with Sega, so I think that's pretty good. And it's kind of a relief because I was like, oh man, it'd be a shame if there's no more Crush 40. Also, need all those arrangements in clean quality, especially the Sonic R medley. Yes, I should be begging more, but I've begged them in the past to please make the Symphony's OST like a CD release. Like a CD release, streaming release, like not just the 2021 live streamed version. Just but then again, they want to sell tickets, don't they? God, they do need to make a soundtrack release of the Symphony. It was sad there was no Crush 40 music in Crossworlds. Yeah, I think the Live and Learn legal battle that was happening is probably the reason why Crush 40 music didn't appear in Crossworlds on release. And I hope that newer patches, like later patches of the game, add Crush 40 music back in. It seems like Sonic R music is either cut from the game or they're planning to drop it in a future update, because all the songs from Sonic R are like listed in the game files for Crossworld. They just aren't accessible, like the songs themselves aren't actually in the game files. So I'm guessing they're going to add Sonic R music in a future update. Oh yeah, I should probably add the tired eyes here. There we go. Tired eyes. She's kind of like me, for real, for real. Also, excuse my webcam. My webcam's been a bit weird. It's a couple years old and I was bought on Amazon, like literally for the sole purpose of one job interview that went nowhere. I'll get a new webcam at some point. Not exactly a priority since webcamming isn't something I do super frequently. Actually going into a little bit of like hair lift here. I've got to ask you, did you have some more thoughts on running Linux as a daily driver, or is it too risky? For example, I'm not sure if CSP brushes work. To be honest, the only reason I haven't switched to Linux yet is because I haven't had the time to look into how to do that. I'll give it some more time when, I don't know. Because right now I've just kind of like deep-loaded Windows 11, got rid of all the unnecessary stuff, and deactivated all the AI nonsense I don't need or ever want to use. Which for now is usable. I will probably look into I'll look into how the programming, how it handles stuff like Clip Studio Paint and whatnot, ZBrush, Maya. I mean, most of these programs probably could run through some sort of like Proton, couldn't they? Maybe not Proton, but you know what I mean. A-Sprite, while I paid for it on Steam, also has like a version you can build yourself. So it's like, if the Steam version somehow doesn't work, then I can just get a build a Linux version. There need to be in the mood for it and have an empty headspace. Haven't swapped over either for the same reason, because of capture card compatibility. Yeah. I mean, the good thing about Steam OS becoming more prevalent on like portable gaming hardware and hell, some people's gaming PCs is that it might help push for more Windows-centric apps to come to Linux natively, or just for like compatibility to improve for said apps, Windows apps. Yeah, I should probably buy Krita and give it a shot. Like, I'm happy with Clip Studio, but I'd like to give Krita a shot as well, especially considering newer Clip Studio Paint versions are subscription-based, and I'm never paying a subscription for anything. Well, at least I try not to, where possible. Like, I want to avoid subscriptions as much as I can, if possible. Yeah, I realise that's the pinky. The pinky should be smaller. Oh wait, I already left that message. But anyway, yeah, I'll look into Krita. It looks cool. And also, I like the mascot. The mascot for Krita was done by the same artist who did art for Freedom Planet 2, and I think that game is epic. So yeah, that is pretty epic. Dyson Tan, yeah, that's the artist. Oh, you made the Freedom Planet guide. Nice. Freedom Planet's so good. I wish more people played it. I feel like Freedom Planet 2 took so long to come out that it kind of fell under everyone's radar, which is a shame because it's a bloody good sequel. On a specific achievement, fair enough. Still haven't gotten the chance to buy and play it. Just fell over my radar, especially with the console ports being delayed. Yeah. Again, real shame the game fell under a lot of radars. This is why... Obviously this is wishful thinking, but like, if Blade Ferret gets like known enough for me to have enough of a platform to sort of uplift other games and other developers, I would use that purpose to get more eyes on games I enjoy like Blade Ferret. Especially considering my games are Sonic-like, there would be an audience overlap. I want to make sure that the games that inspired me to make games get seen, because they deserve it, because without them, you wouldn't have Blade Ferret. God, my webcam's really glitching out. I wonder if it's a USB issue. Oh, I misinterpreted my own art. Whoops. Sometimes one of the glitch patterns is inverted colours, which is giving dark Sophie palette swap in the fighting game. Oh, it's so true. I'm Dark Sophie. I'm not a furry. I'm a scaly. I'm not making Blade Ferret. I'm making Gun Weasel. I'm not using Unreal Engine. I'm using Unity. And I'm not an artist, I'm a programmer! No, I'm the furthest thing from a programmer. You don't want to see my code. You don't want to see my Unreal Engine blueprint, trust me. Ooh, my favorite game isn't Sonic, it's Mario, and also I don't like video games, I like books. Just imagining a guy who doesn't play video games and only reads books, yet has a take on the Mario and Sonic debate. Though, to be fair, people like that exist everywhere. Oh, so true. Why would I drink water? No, sorry, why would I drink energy drinks when I could drink water? Just the finest water. The finest water on this planet. Climbing up the Alps to go to a spring to get my water. Why would I ever want to go to the corner shop and pick up an energy drink? Cringe. Hashtag Dark Sophie. Blade Ferret 2 better have Venom Gun Weasel do the SA2 pose. Come back to me with that idea. Actually, no, I'm noting that down for future self. I don't know where to live now. I will ingrain it in my head. But I'll probably also unintentionally do it anyway because I'm so Sonic pilled. And I will get called out on it and I won't give a shit. Hang on, perspective here is not right. There we go. Fuck it. She's getting a not an arm cannon, but like a gun, like a extension to a glove. I think that'd be neat. She's the kind of girl to make wearable tech, but kind of like actual good wearable tech. Ones that shoot people. Gauntlet. See what you mean. It's more of like a blacksmith glove than anything. It's a blacksmith glove, but she's gonna have like a little glove turret. And I'll have like I'll just draw what that looks like. Always love the engineer types, yes. Especially with the flight goggles and spanners. Like, as much shit as like Sonic Boom got, I love their redesign of Tails for that series. Sonic Boom's Tails design, I think, is my favourite incarnation, like, favourite edit of a existing character. Obviously it's got to have a place where bullets can be like loaded in. I'll redraw that. Why do I even have this open? Speech that I've got. Just gonna make it slightly more readable before I do line art. Just to prevent mistakes. So I know what's intentional and what was sketchy noise. Okay. How readable are we looking? Oh, it's pretty readable to me. I'll just add a little spanner to make it clear what this is for. Oh, yeah, there's Tommy Tallarico songs in here. But you gotta remember, did he actually compose them? Or is it one of his co-workers? But no, really, it's fuck, this guy got away with it for so long. Like, I don't feel bad for listening to Tommy Tallarico music, because it's like, even if he didn't compose it, it's still good music. And even if he did compose it, it's a well-composed track. Like, I'm not gonna doubt that the stuff he did actually compose was awful. Like, I'm not gonna doubt... wait, no, sorry. Sorry, hang on, I had a brain fart moment. I don't doubt that he made decent music. There we go. It's just obviously, you know, took a lot of pleasure in stealing other people's work. I actually have to check, what did he actually compose? I have to double check that after the stream. Now you got me thinking about Tommy Tallarico. His mother is very proud. God, I'm so excited for H-Bomber Guy's Adobe video to drop. Right. First American to ever kiss Sonic on his little hedgehog lips. Please don't put that mental image in my head. I don't appreciate that. Right. I think I can begin doing some lineup. Let's see what pen I feel like using. This doesn't have to be super clean line art, it just has to be line art that gets the point across and generally looks like how I want it to look and how I want others to perceive said thing that I'm trying to concept. Am I winning? If drawing a butch lesbian who's a mechanic slash I had the blacksmith, there we go. If that counts as winning, then yes, I'm winning. That is definitely winning. Yes, it is. But yeah, this doesn't have to be super polished art. It just has to get the point across. I almost said like across. If I wanted super polished looking art, I would hire a concept artist, but I don't have the casholes on me to do said thing, so I'm doing kind of okay job art here. W's in chat, so true. Bah. Meh. Yeah, it was an alright bah. Wrong pen. Oh, pencil. I gotta get the goat to give me bang lessons. Yeah, so true. Ask May for goat lessons. Meh. This is an art stream and here I am bowing. Me when I'm a Koopa Trooper in the hit 2006 video game New Super Mario Bros. For the Nintendo DS family of systems. She has corrupted me into going down the internet as a conversation opener / conversation pooper. Yeah, these goggles are looking great. Let me... Yeah, the perspective isn't really making sense to me. No, I don't want to erase that. That's fine. Just erase normal way. Perspective's annoying to work with. Okay, I think it makes more sense if you can't see the glass. But it also has to be a bit lower because it's... I hate perspective so much. It sucks. Or rather, I suck at it. Ugh. I'll keep that line in because it connects with the hair. Outside of Crossworlds, what is the most recent online game you've played and enjoyed? Good question. Let me load up Steam. Rivals of Ether 2. Come on, I played more recent games, right? More recent online games. God, I'd have to sort by recent activity. Super Animal Royale is pretty fun. I played it mostly after graduating. Rivals is so cute. Yeah, I love Rivals of Ether. So cute, so cool. TF2. I don't have as many hours as most people do, but still. I didn't really vibe with Sonic Rumble. Too much FOMO, free to play, pay to win. Not pay to win, but pay to brag. Like £40 or something like that for a skin in a kid's mobile game. Like, Sonic Rumble put me off completely. Like, no, I'm never touching Sonic Rumble again. To be honest, most of what I've been playing has been single player. 100% Orange Juice is a cute game. Basically, what if Mario Party, but instead of mini games, you fight each other. And you've got HP, and it manages to be even more infuriating than Mario Party. Like, 100% Orange Juice is such a good game. A lot of people in my Steam friends list have it, but haven't played it recently from the looks of it. I like the Shmup spin-off. I know what it's called. I have it in my library as well. QP Shooting Dangerous. This is the one. I only played it for about 14 minutes, like, a few years ago. Oh, them's fighting herds. Unfortunately, the developers were closed by the publisher, which is a massive shame. But God, is it a beautiful fighting game, in spite of what happened to it. Golf with your friends. I played this a lot with people when I used to have Xbox Game Pass. It's one of those games that everyone seems to have. It was a lot bigger back in the day before I bought it. What's another multiplayer one? Gunfire Reborn. Haven't touched it much. But it's got a cute art style, some cute characters. I'll play it more again sometime, but not anytime soon. Web fishing. Web fishing was a lovely experience. It's just a shame that things happened to the developer and no more updates released since then. Like, that is such a shame. Yeah, it got ruined by the worst people imaginable. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't really play many other multiplayer games, really. I guess if we're also counting Switch 2, Mario Kart World and Kirby Air Riders? Yeah, it was so unnecessary, but unfortunately this is the internet. If you're openly queer and a game developer, and your thing gets popular enough that it gets noticed by a lot of people, the worst people will crawl out of the woodwork and just ruin everything. It's such a fucking shame. Yeah. It is a fear that's lingering at the back of my head in regards to making a game. Because if it pops off, then I'm potentially exposing myself to the worst people imaginable. And then, if it doesn't pop off, then I'm still broke. But, you know, I hopefully at least have a small following, which I would actually... You know what, actually, I kind of hope Blade Ferret doesn't pop off super hard. I want to have a niche following. I just want a niche following of people who enjoy the sort of game that Blade Ferret is. I don't want too many eyes on it, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, I'd love it for it to... Yeah, like, I'd love for Blade Ferret to have a tight-knit community, small tight-knit community, because that way it's a bit more controlled. People are there because they genuinely vibe with the game. Like, I would much rather have that than have a super huge community that then also exposes me to some of the nastiest people on the planet. So I'm just trying to figure out how to make this sort of like curled up hair strand feel natural. Nah, fuck it. Yeah, no problem. My Steam library has been growing in more recent years as I've sort of grown more accustomed to PC gaming. Because for the longest time I was mostly a console kiddie. But upon getting a more powerful PC, it sort of incentivized me to like look into extending my Steam library. But also I have a shared library with a few people, so it's fine. Yeah, it's not really a phrase that's used much nowadays. got auto-modded. That's alright. I need to figure out how to make auto-mod less strict. Was it a link or something? Yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to do. It was probably one of the terms. Wasn't that important anyway. It was just another term of the past, pretty much. I'll have to double check, because I did manually set some. Oh, I see. Weeaboo. Yeah, I'll probably take that word off of the thing, because that word isn't as bad as I think. It's. Let me head to my let's see, what's moderation? I need to find where the muted words are, so I can mod management. Right, I need to find where the muted. Oh, message filtering. Here we go. What did I put? Okay, none of the words I put in the filtering were weeaboo. I guess that's one of the ones, probably one of the ones that Twitch does automatically. Getting a bit EP, so I'm gonna head off tonight. Oh well, it was lovely for you to stop by. Thanks again, Tay. Have a wonderful evening and enjoy your rest. Right, what messages did I miss? I need to shrink the text size on the OBS. What messages? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, is my... Okay, no, I thought my stream was frozen for a sec. The font has been very nice there. Yeah, I'll keep the font. I'll just make the text a bit smaller so I don't miss any chat messages if it goes by a bit faster. Hey Sofox, how you doing? Glad you could join in. Good, good. I see the shadow plush in the background and 2 fuzzy heads. Yes, you do. This is my first time doing a webcam stream, so just, well, not first time ever. I had previous Twitch accounts when I was younger, but first time doing it since coming out. YouTube's doing the thing again. I don't know what you did, but the glitching has been fixed for a while now. Okay. I didn't notice because I wasn't looking, but that's good. Oh no, it's it doesn't matter. It's from the fan art menu in Sonic and the Black Knight. Not fan art menu, I think it was like a video or something. The one that infamously has like a, I think it was a traced piece of fan art. Like, it's kind of a shame for the original artist of that piece that, like, someone traced over their work. You don't really need to play most of the Wii games, to be quite honest. Sonic and the Black Knight is, out of all the Wii exclusive Sonic games, barring, of course, the Olympics, I'd say it's the least worst storybook game, and least worst game that isn't Sonic Colors, in my own personal opinion. Like, Sonic and the Black Knight and Sonic and the Secret Rings, they both have banger OSTs and visually look amazing for Wii games, but as games, yeah, like Black Knight is one of those games, as the kids say, has aura, which basically just means it's got a really good art style, really good music, really good just vibe, I guess. But the gameplay is just, like, people try and say, oh, you don't get it, it's meant to be timing based, it's meant to be like testing your reflexes, you're supposed to have patience with the Wiimote inputs, but it's like, are you though? Like, there are good games where you button mash and it still feels natural. and it still feels like coherent what you're doing. But like Sonic and the Black Knight is just like you're waggling the Wii remote inconsistently, and Sonic is on screen doing like somewhat consistent looking combos with motion inputs that don't feel consistent. It's one of those Wii games where the motion input is essentially a button press. I think that I imagine if you're playing it on Dolphin, you can probably just negate the whole Wiimote aspect. Like, there's probably a billion input profiles for, like, game-specific stuff. Like, if I ever revisit Sonic and the Black Knight, it'll probably be for an emulator, rather than original hardware or Wii U. So you're saying the Wii game is better without motion controls? In most Wii games cases, yes. I'd say, trying to think, games besides Metroid Prime and Mario Galaxy, like Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess is literally just GameCube button inputs mapped to Wiimote swings. Another good one, I think. I never played it, but I heard the Conduit games were really good for like FPS games on the Wii. Trying to think of something that's not not first party. Because a lot of games, the motion control. There are some games where the motion control is fine because they only really use it as like a quick way to get through menus. But then there's games like, okay, another first-party example of a bad game. Well, yeah, the first one, besides Skyward Sword, Donkey Kong Country Returns. Because they've essentially mapped something that could easily be a button press to just waggling the Wii remote like this. That does not need to be input. Obviously Smash Bros. Brawl does not need motion inputs in the slightest, but I guess it's less egregious for Smash, because they do it for the final Smash, where instead of pressing special, you can also just shake the Wii remote and then you do your final Smash. But also it's like, the final Smash, you're not going to be doing it as frequently in a game. No More Heroes had some kind of nice sword stuff, I believe. That makes sense. It was, at the time, a Wii exclusive. So it makes sense that game did some pretty cool stuff with the Wii remote. hang on just a second. I'm just going to turn off my webcam.
such thing as fate for those who speed a path at a time instead of just living it. So many things erase before they begin. Hopes and dream instead of what could have been. Fortune fades like words in the sand. Just like that, nothing at all just seems. Nothing at all just seems. Fortune shines.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Had to do roommate stuff. Well, I was drawing. It was more just, you know, having the fact that we're organising bathrooms and whatnot. But, yeah, this is a tedious mess at the moment. Some stubbornness going around and whatnot. But anyway, back to art. Yeah, I'm actually going to make the fingers here because of the perspective. Le perspective. Hey, the webcam's glitching again. Okay, that really doesn't look right, never mind. Sometimes you just gotta zoom out. The reason I dread this.
Nothing at all just means. If all as is, then it's never as is. Back to fact, make real of all that seems. Make real of all that seems.
Does not look right in the slightest to me. I think I messed up somewhere. Trying to figure out. I wonder why it looked fine when I was sketching it, but not when I was doing line art. Yeah, I'm doing the thing where I, like, look at my own hand. Yeah, I guess I need to make it look like the hands are actually there. that looks awful. Okay, I think it was just changing the angle of the thumb. And then making the little crease in the glove slightly less bulbous. Like, yeah, still not perfect, but it looks more clear. It's a hand and not a weird nub with sausages coming out. Kind of. Length maybe is the issue. That might be it. There we go. That looks a tiny bit better. God, how many versions of Night of the Wind is on this soundtrack? Alright. I want to listen to different music now. I am tired of listening to Sonic and the Secret... Not Secret Rings, no, Blank Night. Right. Oh yeah, the premiere of the Chaotix Case Files releases today. Today in my time zone. If you're from the US or something. God, my back is stiff. Oof, ow. Right. I don't know what I want to listen to be honest. Screw it, why not? Everyone currently in the chat likes Freedom Planet. Let's just listen to the OST. There we go. Hey, camera glitch is back. No, this is the Freedom Planet 1 soundtrack. Speaking of Freedom Planet 2 though, that game's soundtrack, like Leilani Wilson really evolved her musical talents, like, as development was going on with the second game. Like, just compare a track from Freedom Planet 1 to a track from Freedom Planet 2 and you'll see just how much, like, her range and just composer know-how has improved since then. Granted, this soundtrack is still a banger, but like, Freedom Planet 2 is just, it's jaw-dropping how good the soundtrack for that game is. And it's such a shame that the sequel is so underrated, because it took so long to come out, and like, by that point, the desire for like 2D Sonic had kind of died out as well. Yeah, the wait, I'd say, is definitely worth it. Because Freedom Planet 2 is like, literally, even the developers said themselves, it's basically just, like, it's like the mature version of Freedom Planet 1, but they mean mature as in how much the game design and level design and visual fidelity and all that has progressed. Because, oh my god, everyone who worked on Freedom Planet 1, like, they just got better. Which, you know, that comes with time and, you know, progressing your skills as an artist or programmer. But, like, the extent to how they improved is, like, you've got to... It's like a night and day comparison, Freedom Planet 1 and Freedom Planet 2. I'm terrible at perspective. Hang on. Nah, that's fine. I'll come back to it later. Doesn't have to be super polished, just has to be clear what things are. Besides, if I'm 3D modeling this, it'll be done with symmetry anyway. Really, this concept art's only really for me to sketch things out before I start 3D modeling them. So I shouldn't have to worry too much. The concept art only really has to be super polished and like clear if you're working on a whole team, but like this is a solo project through and through. So until the day not Freedom Planet. So until the day Blade Ferret IP rights get bought up by some mega publisher after I die, you won't see any professional looking Blade Ferret concept art from me. Well, approved by me. You'll be seeing the work of dozens of people who are paid and didn't voluntarily pick to work on the franchise. Wait a minute. Oh my god. I made a mistake with this. Big mistake. I'll fix it later, it's fine. What's the mistake? The wrenches here. I didn't draw them the same. Not that it really matters, because this will be the base for the concept. I don't think it matters too much in hindsight. I think it's just me overthinking something. So yeah, don't worry about it. All's good. All is well. To improvise a bit because I forgot about a part of the hair. Yeah, time to improvise. I'll do it behind the ear here. Good enough. Ooh. Give my hands a bit of a break. Oh yeah, one of the songs on the soundtrack is just cutscene stuff. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to do moves whilst having 3 more. Oh, hell yeah. Co-drawing. Love that. I sometimes do that. I'll watch an artist friend do art live whilst doing my own stuff. It's neat. I like doing it. It's fun. I'm glad I was able to inspire at least one person to do art alongside me. Hang on. Layer, get them. Okay, very good. This happens. Or you just forget to put one thing in. There we go. Let's double check. Perfect. And try to get the little spots in between. Oh, I missed these. Alright, now let's make that move. I don't really know what colour I want this character to be. I'll head off for now. Have a great night, and yeah, it's lovely having you around, Feels. Thanks for tuning in, and I promise I will be back at the London Beyblade events at some point. I've just been cooped up here in Bristol for a bit. But yeah, I'll let you know when I'm back in London. Again, thanks for stopping by. Have a great evening and a good night. Oh, you haven't been there since summer? Fair enough. Oh. See you around. Right. Two. It's time to make a grayscale. There we go. That would save me some time. Oh yeah, I should probably clip this to lay below.
Taylor Goes is now following.
Hey, thanks for the follow. How you doing? How dark is that? Oh, may as well use the same shade. We're gonna make that darker shade. I should do any patterns or anything. Actually, yeah, maybe down the middle of the nose could be fun. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that seems fun. Oh, let's maybe add some of that over here as well. That'd be really cool. Oh yeah. Realize, nah, I can just erase that. It's fine. And I'll just blur it. Too much blur. Good enough. Oh shit. Also, hey Laura, how you doing? Nice of you to pop on by. Hey, hi. Oh, it's good to see you're doing well. I'm doing alright myself. Just a lot of sorting stuff out around my apartment. Crazy times. Ooh, wrong there. Yeah, fair dues. Just so that doesn't contrast as much, I'm going to just down the brightness of this. Yeah, that's fair enough. Really techie stuff. Bright and shiny metal. Alright, so Fox, thanks for joining me, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Well, rest of your evening. Or bedtime. Thank you for stopping on by. See you again soon. Night night. Shouldn't get too bogged down by filling in weird pixels. Besides, I can always blur it later. Just pop that Gaussian blur over it like there's no tomorrow. See. Okay. So I will need to just get the worst of it. Right. Should make this one the lighter grey. This one the darker grey. I don't think I can pull off that effect. Doesn't look absolutely dreadful. But of course I would probably have to like, I don't know, put an extra outline over it to hide the glowing effect and the whatever Majini's. Again, I shouldn't have to worry too much about the quality of this. This concept art's only being used by me. If I cared that much about concept art, I would put way more effort into it, or I would commission someone. But I don't have the cash money for that right now. Actually, yeah, let me test that. Just adding like an outline to everything. Ah. Sorry, my dumbass forgot to move. Always notice it when I'm trying to do something silly. I notice I make a bigger mistake. And YouTube's doing the thing where it pauses music. Awesome. Right. Just do a quick save. Right, where was I? Oh yeah, area scale. It now. Almost 2 AM. Okay, I'll call it in a couple minutes then. As much as I'd love to colour this and like this, I should ideally try and get some sleep. Yikes. All I've done is made it worse because I'm an idiot. But hey, that looks pretty good. I think I have solved my issue. Yeah, I'll try and finish the grayscale tonight. Ooh, my posture's terrible and I'm only 26, god damn. I love this song. That wasn't too bad. this is so tense right now. But for now, I think this is a good place to leave it. So yeah, this week, ignoring this initial concept scribble, I've done concept for Remnant Valley, more just getting the vibe of it all, and I've done concept design for Muireann. I'm not going to do anything crazy, I'm just going to, just for the sake of people finding collectible concept art in the final game, I'm going to do like a gradient. Do it the other way around. How do I... Ah, there we go. Yeah, I'll call it there for tonight. Actually, I could probably add in some of the text. I won't add in the little context things. That's more for me when I'm doing game design stuff. Yeah, this font's fine. Pretty certain this is one of my royalty-free ones. Wait. Cool, I'll do colours another time. I'm not decided on the colours yet. Yeah, Muireann is looking pretty swag, if I had to say so myself. Just for reference, I'm gonna find the original concept I did. So like, ignoring this buff lion guy, this was the original concept for Muireann. So I kind of want to like put side by side, like look at this, right? This is more the design I'm leaning towards, and this was the original sketch doodle I did like a few months ago. Like, you can see like how my influences have changed since then. I mean, not by much. I've just took a femme design and made it butch, but like, you know, this one serves more purpose to me, personally. I think this is objectively a much better design than this initial one, and not just because this one's more polished and this one's just a sketch. No, like, genuinely, this is a good character design. This was me just making some Guna bait because I was bored. Okay, I hate saying the word Guna bait, I know, but like, it's just we already have two femme characters. You know, the main character then being pretty femme. Cookie, I haven't revealed her design yet, but her design in Blade Ferret is like the most femme. So I wanted a more of a butch character to contrast against those two. And I think this final design here is much better direction. And also, like, this barely even looks like a goat. This looks like a kobold. Like, I have no idea what I was thinking here. Like, you wouldn't even be able to tell this is a goat without, like, the hoofs down here. It just looks like a kobold with a tiny tail. But yeah, I'd like to say I did a pretty bang-on job, if I had to say so myself. And I'm gonna call it there for tonight. So, yeah. Thank you to basically everyone who tuned in. If any of you are still here, like that is. But yeah, I'm calling it there for the night. Have a good one, and yeah. Nah, I'm not gonna raid any channel. There's only 2 viewers. But yeah, see you all around. Bye.